What up, everybody? Welcome back. Bet you. Did we get any notifications go out? I didn't even think to tell everybody that notifications probably wouldn't go out. No notification. Yeah, I didn't think about that. And when I don't think about it, that's when YouTube says, alright, no notifications this time. If I think about saying no notifications, then they put it up there. Yeah. So I used up some of my battery in it while it was off. We got like 78, yeah, like 78% battery. So what I done was I made a little video for upload. So yeah, I done a little video which it run my battery slap out. Not out, but
Snowman Rick said, checking in for the night shift, sir.
Checking in for the night shift. Decided to change the title up a little bit.
HOTS said, Bobby, I got a notification from YouTube.
You did? Well,
said,
right on.
And the notification's still working.
Heck yeah. Oh, you was the one of the ones having problems with notifications, wasn't you? I think before.
Carl Johnson said, where is Brittany? You better get here, Brittany. We are pulling out.
Oh Lord.
Snowman Rick said, the date is wrong.
Is the date wrong? The date ain't wrong. Is it wrong?
Barry Simpkin said, 6-7 to the snack bar, please.
It ain't
Popcorn
wrong.
yellow stripe smile. Popcorn
What's wrong
yellow
with you?
Smile.
6-7 to the snack
just
bar.
Kidding. Bill Villify said, got a notification. Brittany Conquest said, I'm here. Carl had to feed my dog.
There's still 3 people hanging out in the old one.
Valentine's Day. Barry Simpkin said, brah. Brittany Conquest said, hey everyone, good to see everyone again. Edward S. said, 287-ish miles to go. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, hey,
Dang
Bobby
it.
is back live stream.
Yeah, we're back. I forgot to change my fix my address. I don't know.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, me too, I'm here. Snowman Rick
I might
said,
have.
those are the 3 from yesterday. LMFAO. Barry Simpkins.
Those are the 3
said,
from yesterday?
I'm the princess. Brittany Conquest said,
You little
hey,
princess.
Edward. Silver Tank said, good evening, Bobby and chat.
Good evening,
Bill
Silver
Philippi
Tank.
said, probably medicated hanging in the other one. He was napping.
So y'all are going to want to check that one out if I do upload it. If I can manage to make a good edit out of it and upload it, y'all are going to want to check that one out. Because I know y'all have seen videos from here where I've got food. But y'all don't want to check this one out for real. I would. Nah, I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to see what I can do about starting to upload some eating, tasting videos, taste testing.
Be silver tank.
See if I can get kind of good at it, or a little good at it. I don't know.
Rick said, remember when you started a new stream, there were still in the first stream. They are still there.
Yeah, there's 3 still in the first one. I think it's 3. Dude, get that Volvo down the road. What are you doing? Lord have mercy. Are you waiting for tomorrow? And you're in the other lane? Jeez Louise. Some people, man. That's why nobody wants to let truck drivers out, because...
Clean your TV said, greetings from Luxembourg, bruh. Off work tomorrow so I can enjoy your drive for a bit longer tonight.
Heck yeah.
Hashtag Bobby rules. Snowman Rick said,
I like that.
They're lost waiting for you to return.
Hashtag.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr.
They're probably sleeping.
Said, Bobby was crazy people. Brittany Conquest said, hate when YouTube knocks me out. DEADSHOTS said, Bobby, it's good to do some views sometimes too. It's good to mix it up sometimes.
Yeah, I'm gonna start trying to do something like that.
Someone go tell them.
Man, this is busy.
Brittany Conquest said, hey Hank.
Goodness gracious. Ooh, there's a red dumpster fire.
Said, hey Lori C, how are you doing? Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, like 52. Brittany Conquest said, hey Becky,
you people need to slow down. I'm driving as fast as I can right here. I'm not gonna let you out. Ain't gonna do it. Thank you. Bunch of inconsiderate son of a... Shh.
Brittany Conquest said, hey Relic Robert and Subin. Brittany Conquest said, WTG Carol.
Who was that? WTG Carol. Look how... Renewing? Is it a renewal? Thank you. That is awesome.
Carl Johnson said, son of a biscuits.
Son of a B.O. What?
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said,
dang, about time.
WTG DEADSHOTS said, WTG Carol. Mike DTHE said, hi, I tried to think of something unique to say hi. All I could come up with was hi LOL.
Oh, LOL.
May in Texas said, number 53, good afternoon Bobby.
Good afternoon, mate.
Said, what did you do to Meg? Hand think waving, face blue smiling.
She got an update.
Edward S.
She went and got sophisticated.
Bunny farts. Brittany
Did you say sunny side up farts?
How are you doing?
Yeah, she done went and got sophisticated, man. She's cultured. Oh, I should have went out that way over there is what I should have did.
Said, hey Carol, how are you doing?
I didn't even know you could go out that way.
Said, WTG Carol. Bill Villify said, howdy May. Brittany Conquest.
That would have been nice to have known.
Hey Mike, how are you? Abby at GK said, Estados Unidos, El Terrorista Imperialista.
Huh?
From El Terrorista.
Oh Lord.
Michael Covers OD said, sexy. Snowman Rick said, and the clips begin. LMFAO. Carl Johnson said, hey, the hillbilly is in the house. Hi Bill. Val's Black Cats Rule said, good afternoon Bobby Mobs and Misfits.
Good afternoon,
Brittany
ma'am.
Conquest said, hey Val,
Go ahead, pull out in front of me.
Megan Texas.
Lord have mercy.
Hi Brittany, Bill, Carl. Brittany
He was
Conquest
racing
said,
too, man.
how's our day May? Carol Pat said, maha maha. Snowman Rick said, hi May. Mike DTHE said, Brittany I'm okay, if not so. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, your Bobby was what gets
Why?
this evening yet.
Why would you pull a big truck out in front of a speeding Mustang for?
Grab something to eat.
He almost messed our day up, man.
That's good night. Val's Black Cats Rule said, hi Brittany doing pretty okay here. Thank you. Caretaker said, hey y'all.
What up, caretaker?
Johnson said, Bill I took a nap. May in Texas said, hi Rick 64.
Right.
Your TV said, I absolutely love it when hashtag payment the road. Bobby says, Lord have mercy. Brittany Conquest said, I'm good May. EPADSHOTS said, good evening May. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, closed car crash. Rob Good said, hello everyone.
Hello.
Snowman Rick said, in defense of the truck, he robbed. Didn't know the car was going so fast.
Right.
Caretaker
Probably
said,
did.
I am east of Dallas.
Well, the car was probably back here at the red light when he actually pulled out, too.
Hey Rob.
We'll give that a defense to the truck. The car was probably actually back there at the red light when he pulled out. That dude was smoking coming up through there.
Snowman Rick said, right. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Mids said, line 65, May in Texas, said, why dead shots?
Line 65. Just a friendly reminder, if you've not got that thumbs up button yet, smash it, punch it, kick it, lick it. We do not care how you do it. Stop smurfing on it. Come on, man. Don't hit your brakes. Good son of a gun, man.
Your TV said, what's the estimated drive time today, sir?
Got about 5 hours, I guess. 5 or 6 hours. About 5 hours.
Carrie Hancock IS said, Rob.
I don't know, maybe 4 hours. Bruh. Dang. What up, bro? 4.5-ish, something like that. Had a decent amount of time. Dang, that popped.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, Rob. Snowman Rick said, I want to drive that truck that you made a short of today. That was sweet looking.
I know, right? That title wasn't right, though. That wasn't supposed to be that. It was supposed to have been different. I went and changed it.
Said, I'm going to sit back and watch you on my big screen, Bobby and Meg.
Heck yeah, I don't blame you, man. That's where I'd have it, too. Yeah, but that title, it didn't have, this wasn't the right title for it. I edited it, but apparently it didn't take. Because that was not the right title, but I swapped it. I changed it. Not to the title that I actually originally put up, but I changed the title to where it's more fitting, because what happened is it titled it based off the conversation that was taking place right at the start of the video, which was somebody was talking about their audio. I don't remember who it was, but somebody was talking about their audio went out or their audio was bad or something. So it titled it based off that, which had nothing to do with the video at all.
Johnson said, Kyle, hope you have a big old bowl of popcorn to enjoy.
I saved it before I changed the title, I think, instead of after. I forgot. good Lord, they got all kinds of different dumpster fire colors around here.
Hi, Dave.
Now, and actually, it looks like yesterday's wannabe all white and whatnot.
Long Island Dave said, hi, Brittany. Brittany Conquest said, good to see you, Dave. Arjuna said, hey, sup, dude. Long Island Dave
What's that part of?
said, hi, Dave. Arjuna said, where are you going?
Title says we're going to Albuquerque. We in Amarillo right now. Amarillo to Albuquerque. I think the title says Albuquerque. It might not. I don't know. I AI'd that one too. What's wrong with your GPS? We're not going north. We're facing west, man.
Brittany Conquest said, hey, hi, this is Bobby. Carl Johnson said, Amarillo by morning, Albuquerque by night. Long
Right.
Island Dave said, good to be seen, Brittany. Arjuna said, have a nice trip. Brittany Conquest
Thank you.
said, yay, it does Bobby. Made in Texas said, it does Bobby. Top
Thank-
official.
thank you,
Thanks
thank you.
for following.
Thanks for following, Top Official. Appreciate that. So yeah, I done a little bit. I done the breakfast this morning too. I done a recorded video on that as well. I'm gonna put them, I think, together. That way it's a few minutes long, not just like a minute or two. But the one this morning, that one was kind of, well, it's the first time that I've tried to do
Your
a,
TV said, been watching your rides now for a month or two.
for a month or
Wondering if
two.
the company we keep you makes your travels easier.
Yeah, it does.
Thanks for following.
Well, thanks for following. Who was that? Was that Dina?
The rewarder said, hey everyone.
So now we got-
No, I'm gonna be staying home tonight.
Now we got two
My friend
Dinas?
called me and said that his driveway was icy, so it's not a good idea to go.
it does.
I don't
It-
know how the parking lot is tonight.
It does pass. It passes the
Very
time.
Sports Highlight said,
Something's
"Happy
wrong with my
Wednesday,
GPS,
everyone."
man.
The rewarder said, so I'm staying home and
Dang,
I'm
how you
gonna
doing?
watch my church on TV. Brittany Conquest
My GPS
said,
is all
hey,
messed
Daniel,
up.
how are you? Brittany Conquest
Maybe that
said,
ain't it.
that's good, never staying home. RLT said, put you on the picture box. Got to vacuum before the sergeant gets home. Carl Johnson said, Deborah, that is probably a good idea. Jeff's YouTube HQ said, hi everyone.
What up, Jeff? How you doing? But yeah, it does. It helps pass the time. You know, sometimes it gets on my nerves when we get the trolls
Jeff's
in,
YouTube HQ
but not
said,
too bad.
I ride along. Brittany Conquest said, hey Jeff, how are you? The rewarder said, oh yes, that is a good idea because since I live in assisted living, I sure don't want to go somewhere where you know like a nursing home, no thank you law. Jeff's YouTube HQ said, I'm good, Brittany. The rewarder said, yeah, Bobby, I'm glad I saw that. I checked and see that you're on and I'm glad to. Brittany Conquest said, that's good, Jeff. Snowman Rick said, you didn't post the video yet.
No, I'm not even edited it yet. I've got to edit it up.
Very Simpkin said, boom boomerang, 100.
Oh,
Popcorn yellow stripe
you
smile.
guys
Popcorn
and
yellow
gals,
stripe
ladies
smile.
and gentlemen, are freaking awesome.
Ooh, 100.
Thank you so much for the first 100 thumbs up right here, Triathlon Gang. Really do appreciate it. Snatch some salt from the salty crew. Butter up that popcorn. Enjoy the rest of the ride. Now, we do love the Misfits around here.
Freaking bunches, freaking bunches.
How much do we love the Misfits?
Said, freaking bunches.
Freaking bunches. Carl got it.
Bunches.
Carl was right on top of that.
Said, freaking bunches. Very something.
Carl's still holding the crown.
Freaking bunches. Long Island Dave. Said, hey Barry. Liver warning. Said, maybe I talk too fast and it cuts me off, so it's not the phone's fault. I guess it's me, but yeah, it's really a good idea so I can relax.
Heck yeah.
Val's Black Cats Rule. Said, boo.
Oh.
Thomas Postal. Said, freaking bunches. Good afternoon, everyone.
Well, Thomas, how you been,
Conquest.
man?
Said, hey Hossy. Liver warner. Said, 101 mine included. I just put that one in there. Lol. 101 thumbs up. Keep going for Bobby and the Misfits. Keep going.
Oh.
Keep going and have fun.
Let's get.
Thomas Postal. Said, I'm fine.
Hello.
Liver warner. Said, good afternoon, everyone. Even though it's a little after 4. Long Island Dave. Said, Kyle, you got it timed right.
He's had it today, man. I think he's got all of them today. Or not all of them, but I know he's got at least 2 or 3 of them today. I think Barry and Brittany got one of them. I think Samuel got one of them. And I believe Carl's got the rest of them.
Very something. Said, good day, Dave, Britt, Bobo, Misfits and Fred.
Twirly blades. Sitting over there in the dirt, man. What are y'all doing in the dirt?
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Mix. Said, hey everyone, live Chad, your winner, y'all.
Better get out the way, Sheriff. I'm gonna knock you off the road, man. Keep it up.
Scooby-Doo. Said, high temp tomorrow will be 36. Hey Canada, take your cold weather back.
Right. Cadillac Ranch.
Liver warner. Said, oh dear, look out. Wait for it, wait. Brittany Conquest. Said, hey Scuba. Kyle Johnson. Said, good morning Baywatch. Scooby-Doo. Said, hello Brittany.
He must be a live streamer though, or some kind of off-grid camper to have Starlink mounted to his car.
Today, Rodolfo.
Or he's just got more money than he's got sense. I don't know.
Carl Johnson says, "Hey Tony."
What up, Tony?
Said, "Someone out there is in a lot of snow. It is a bad snowstorm somewhere. I saw that on my Roku and it's live."
Alaska. North Pole. 0 for 2. Keep them coming.
Said, hi Brittany, you doing okay? Carl Johnson said, hey 44.
What up, 44? How you doing, man?
I'm good 44. Susan or Biscuit said, hi Dave. Snowman Rick said, Susan, I know you wouldn't. Don't listen to that clown Carl. Samuel Wilkinson
You
Jr.
little clown.
said, hey Bobby, I think what was Albuquerque, New Mexico.
It's a city and state. City and state, man.
Susan or Biscuit said, face blue smiling. Rick. Mike DTHE said, make it a clean sweep and say the cover pre-game. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. said, okay, thanks you, Bobby. Smoky said, Susan, only 2 days to go. Ways to change your attitude. Said, running 68 miles per hour.
Oh. Running 70. But you was at least close on that one. So you're getting better. Getting better. Vega, Texas, y'all. According to GPS, where we're at right now. We got a temperature, according to the truck, 57 degrees at 4:40 in the p.m.
Carl Johnson said, I got 3 strikes, you're out. Susan or Biscuit
And we got 4,022 feet in altitude.
Said, hi Chad from Atlanta, how's the trip so far today?
It's a go.
Atlanta been traffic crazy.
Going pretty good. Going pretty good. How you doing?
33, how fast is it going now? Ways to change your attitude. Said, strike out. Susan or Biscuit said, hi you last cupcake. Ways to change your attitude. Said, set on 70.
Yeah, set up, set. got yours read out before you got it timed. Who is that? Yeah, I don't know who she said. Thanks for following. Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Susan or Biscuit said, face blue smiling. Mike B. Mike BTHE said, well, Bobby, pretty much. Carl Johnson said, try this, Mike. Sydney must really be hungry, she said, going to eat everyone. Bill Philippi said, LOL Mike, you might need those. Buddy Reed said, hello Bobby and the Misfits.
Buddy, how you doing?
Biscuit said, face blue smiling. Roger, hello.
I fixed the hats and numbers a few days ago. Well, I think it was the second day after she started, after the update. Sometimes I do more, sometimes I do less. If I do 500, that keeps me working 7 days a week.
Hello, Scuba-Doo. Mike BTHE said, hello, Bo and Bo's dad. Buddy Reed said, hello, Jay Reed. Scuba-Doo said, I have hot sweet potato pie, come and get it. said, that's okay, Carl Public's just up the street with more. Zachary Dorchak said, Susan, I made it home safely. Susan or Biscuit said, hi Sam D. Bill Vilify said, afternoon Sam.
Freaking Volkswagen.
Susan, that would be unique.
It's a Volkswagen truck? Well, the back of it says Volkswagen. I've never seen one of those. Ever. That's kind of weird looking. I wished I would have looked a little bit sooner and seen it. Got a better side view of it. To New Mexico yet. Still in Texas.
Joyce in Outreach said, hello.
Hello, What that bearded tuck ain't it?
Susan or Biscuit said, howdy bearded. Bill Philippi said, howdy bearded. The bearded Tuckardo said, hi good Bobby, said snow blowing here.
Snow blowing?
The bearded Tuckardo said, Interstate.
Interstate 40, man. Pothole patching ahead.
On Air Country Board. Said. Bobby and gang howdy howdy.
What up on here? Ain't good, me.
Scooby-Doo. Said. Susan with his routine play next. Bill Philippi. Said. Nuevo Mexico. Susan or Biscuit. Said. Hi country boy. May in Texas. Said. Hi Biscuit. On Air Country Board. Said. Hey Biscuit. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said. Freaking bunches move like 200 now.
Are we on 200?
William Torres. Said. Boom. Mike
It's not
DTH.
200.
Said. 81 days till Easter.
We just got 198.
Joyce and Outreach. Said. It need to be in the chat this evening. Snowman Rick. Said. Scuba I think the pass. May in Texas. Said. Freaking bunches. Raven Dykstra. Said. Freaking bunches.
It's not 200 yet, man.
Said. Scuba, I believe we play the Patriots next. Brittany Conquest. Said. Boom. Zachary Dorchak.
Boom! You guys and gals and ladies and gentlemen are freaking awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for over 200 thumbs up. We're right here at the Right On Gang. Really do appreciate it. Snatch some salt from the salty crew. Butter up that popcorn. Enjoy the rest of the ride. Now we do love the Misfits around here. How much do we love the Misfits?
Carl Johnson said.
Brittany got it.
Bunches.
Brittany got it. Freaking bunches. Brittany stole it right out from under Carl.
Freaking bunches. Scooby-Doo said. We'll pull for your team, Susan. Eager Tony said. We're over. Buddy Reed said. Lick it, nick it, or ticket. Susan or Biscuit said. Thanks, Scuba. Brittany Conquest said. I got it, I stole it from Carl this time. Bill Philippi said. WTG Brittany. William Torres said. Tomorrow back east.
I don't know. Maybe north.
Said. Scooby-Doo, if you pull for the team, they might not make a touchdown. May in Texas said. Pirate 64. Al Tim said. Bunch of freaks. The bearded Tuckardo said. Sasquatch stole all the freaking lunches.
Dang it. Did he sell all the freaking lunches?
Susan or Biscuit said. Face close smiling. Buddy. Carl Johnson said. She stole it by the hair of her chinny chin chin. Steve Anderson said. Howdy. Andy Blaming. Susan or Biscuit said. Hi Cal Tim. Marilyn DiMaggio Monroe EF said. Give me your truck. Rolling. I want it now. work LOL. Brittany Conquest said, "Hey buddy, glad you're here today."
Slow down for them and they still don't get over.
Susan or Biscuit said, "Face blue smiling. Mike D." Steve Anderson said, "Bobby driving off into the sunset."
Right, true that.
The bearded Tuckardo said, "He probably doesn't have any blinker fluid, Bobby Law."
He might not, man.
Steve Anderson said, "Big all Western Parade Saturday and featuring work." Cal Tim said, "Biscuit, biscuit, biscuit." Steve Anderson said, "150th year." Susan or Biscuit said, "Face blue smiling. Bearded." Steve Anderson said, "Going, it's really cool." Susan or Biscuit said, "Cal Tim." Mike VGHE said, "I found the blinker fluid at Walmart. Same shelf as muffler bearings and full rods."
Heck yeah.
The bearded Tuckardo said, "That tanker be lame wandering all over."
I know, right? Just trying to miss them potholes, I think.
Steve Anderson said, "Then a stock show at rodeo for 3 weeks or so." The bearded Tuckardo said, "They putting neon lights on the back of tankers nowadays."
Yeah. Yeah, they like to light the back of them tankers up. Blinds you in the daytime and in nighttime.
did it. Buddy Reed said, advised to not go in hot. Law and Order said, hey biscuits. Steve Anderson said, keep calm Bobby, don't look nervous lol. Susan her biscuit said, here we go. Cal Tim said, Colin Cowboy. Brittany Conquest said, how was work Lauren? Law and Order said, oh fluff now we're in trouble if scuba is a regulator haha. The bearded Tuckardo said, the DOT is the popcorn bandits. Susan her biscuit said, face blue smiling. Lauren. Buddy Reed said, they have the scanners. Richard MLQVU said, hi hi. Bill Philippi said, New Mexico grabbing every potential penny they can, LOL. Law and Order said, shish. Cal Tim said, Lauren did it. Mike DTHE said, wonder if Beta Blue is in her hammock. Steve Anderson said, what does that scan?
They give us the thumbs up, man.
Susan Biscuit said, LOL Mike D. Juan Diego Santos said, LOL at Richard and Dash on QAQ. Lauren Morgan said, I Cal Tim.
I don't know.
Adventures with Smiles said, Nacho cheese federals if you don't fix the RAO Florida, either tomorrow or Friday.
That's what I heard. I heard it's going to be raining iguanas.
Steve Anderson said, a few dollars more city. Bill Vilify said, I saw that too, Lampus. Mike DTHE said, I ain't sure, but I think some states just pick the potholes up and turn them over for the fix. Brittany Conquest said, really, Goran, that's a little cold. Wampus Cat said, the Verizon flu is causing all kinds of problems around here.
The what? You having problems with the Verizon
Adventures
service?
with Smiles said, it is minus 16 Celsius where I am from today, that is 32 F. I'll be nice and do the calculation.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you.
Said, S2 Lampus, just had a huge outage today around me. Bill Vilify said, I saw that in the news feed, Verizon outage. Wampus Cat said, UG's Cook's Verizon outage.
Tasha sent me a message while I was on lunch break. Said that she didn't have no service, but mom did. It's kind of weird. But I mean, we got Wi-Fi at the house, so that's how she's able to text me.
Steve Anderson said, 3.2 F. Lauren Order said, weird, isn't Verizon supposed to have the strongest signal and rarely go out?
I think everything man-made can mess up. Can have issues. No matter how bad people doesn't want it to. Or the creators. Or the owners.
Nature said, ice cream card shade.
What up, nature? How you doing?
The Yuka said, there will be a lot of outages in 2026. Internet could fail even. How Tim said,
Why?
issues
Because of Starlink.
Bill Vilify said, can you hear me now, Lauren? Lauren Order said, Bill Vilify law.
truck thinks that I am.
Long-haired country boy said, "Yeah, my sister in Tennessee Verizon phone out." Wham this cat, said, eek it woof woof. Zachary Dorchak, said, Brittany tonight will be 13 degrees. Brittany Conquest, said, that's very cold, Zach, it's going to be 40 here. Susan or Biscuit, said, hi you wampus.
Yeah, I'm buffing for a minute. Here, man.
Lauren Order 1, said, there we go.
We're back. Said take a picture.
Mariah James, said, hello.
Hello. All right. Good. out of focus. Teen Wolf arrested.
Briefly Conquest said, okay, dedicated, crazy, enjoy dinner. Selena GRRRL said, riding off into the sunset.
Heck yeah.
Lord Mortar said, plastic bag at 8. Biggest drumsticks ever, he said.
Okay.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said. Your Bobby was tried. Like DTHE. Said. LIV. The male ostrich is called a
Is
rooster.
it?
Imagine that.
White dumpster fire again. with the rest of the ride. Now we do love the Misfits around here. How much do we love the Misfits?
Just hit thumbs up. CWTRSHARK said, Freaking bunch. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, Freaking bunches. Freaking bunches.
Clearwater got that.
Freaking
Clearwater.
bunches. Snowman Rick said, Bunches. Bill Philippi said, Freaking bunches. Quintus Pat said, Freaking bunches. Sir Handel F.I. said, Freaking bunches. AJC said, What a great sunset hobby. Beautiful view.
know,
Thank you and have a good night.
It's pretty nice, ain't it? Thank you. Have a wonderful night too.
Sir Handel F.I. said, Beautiful sunset. Brittany Conquest said, Hey AJC, how are you? Zachary Dorchak said, Freaking bunches.
You drive your truck just like a four-wheeler? I can't let you in front of me. I was just goofing off and playing on my phone when you passed me. I gotta get back around. Damn idiot. Oops, did I say that?
Sir Handel F.I. said, How far from Santa Rosa?
I don't know, Sir Handel. It's in front of us, I know that. At least I didn't say GD.
Brittany Conquest said, LOL Bobby. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, Nice rig truck Peterbilt black.
Yeah, but he's got a seat cover driving that thing.
Said, Nice truck. Brittany Conquest said, I didn't hear anything Bobby. Patrick F. said, Over 300 likes, great going everyone.
I know, let's go. It says seat cover controlling it, man.
Sir Handel F.I. said, I knew I should have made that left turn in Albuquerque.
Alright.
Bill Philippi said, LOL Bobby, I had my fingers in my ears. Stella and Ellie are watching, they love it too. Brittany Conquest
Stella and
said,
Ellie, how y'all doing?
LOL Bill. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, coming light to 400. AJC said, they said, hey Brittany.
Stella and Ellie.
Sir Handel F.I. said, Sky couldn't be any better for you. Brittany Conquest said, Hey Stella and Ellie. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, Bobby was tired today.
Yeah, I'm tired. No. I'm not tired. I've not been tired all day. Stop asking me that.
Bill Philippi said, Drive your truck like a four-wheeler. Now that was funny, oh my.
That's the way he's driving
Mark
it.
said, why the rush with a view like that?
I know, right?
stream total 742 and counting.
Heck yeah, let's go. Let's go. Pretty dang good, man.
Sir Handle FI said, there is no worse road than I-40 in New Mexico. Lots of potholes, very poor maintained road, etc. Laura Go said, hey Bobby, hey everyone, I'm listening while I'm cleaning the kitchen. GTSY all. Smiling face with hearts. Bill Villify said, howdy Donna, almost the opposite of Dallas traffic out here. Donna Max said, thanks Brittany. Brittany Conquest said, hey Lori C, how are you? Brittany Conquest said, you're welcome Donna. AJC said, do you have a preference on truck stops? Flying J loves Todd just whatever has spots in coffee. With large circle with Crystal's burgers.
I don't like TAs.
Hello Donna M smiling face with hearts.
Yeah, I like stopping at Love's because they got the tea that I like to drink.
Wampus Cat said, Crystals. The Yuka said, last time I was here the road was brand new.
What was that? I stop at the Flying J though, that's where I get all my fuel.
Hello,
Pilot Flying J.
smiling face with hearts, people hugging.
I mean, really, when it comes to truck stops, 6 of one, half a dozen the other, they're all about the same now. They're all mega corporations.
Prefer going to Love's as well. Donna Max
I didn't say I preferred going to Love's.
Isn't it great, Bill? I've driven quite a bit.
I said I like to stop at Love's because they've got the tea that I like. I didn't say I preferred going there.
Wampus Cat said, the Milo's tea factories in Metro Birmingham have merged so they can be more efficient. Bessemer is now the home of Milo's tea.
Right.
Sir Handle FI said, at Wampus Cat, good evening there. Wampus Cat said, hello Sir Handle, Happy New Year. Donna Max said, hey Scuba smiling face with hearts, people hugging. Bill Philippi said, it is Donna, glad you like coming up this way once in a while. Sir Handle FI said, at Wampus Cat 2026's year of the fire horse. AJC said, I'm no driver but it seems Loves is the BMW of truck stops and TA is the Dodge Pacer.
Well, TA used to be the truck stop. It used to be,
Donna Max
you know.
said, not near as much as I want anymore.
But that was back in the day before Love's really took off. Love's is just the newest of the. I think it's the newest chain of the mega truck stops.
Sir Handle FI said, I hardly ever go to Tom. Colin Cruz said, we were working tomorrow in the morning, what time?
I don't know. Whenever I get a load, man.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Nitz said, hey Bobby, I think what was TA?
Truck stop. Travel Centers of America.
Wampus Cat said, hold on, I'm getting old. First time I read that looked like, here of the fire hose.
But see, used to back in the day, you had TA, you had Flying J, and you had Pilot, and you had Petro. And those was all four owned by different entities.
Said, there's Santa Rosa in the distance.
Now, Pilot and Flying J is owned by the same. TA and Petro is owned by the same. Loves, they're just Loves. They don't, as far as I know, they don't own another chain.
AJC said, Ellie wants to say goodnight, Bobby. We're fighting the flu at the house right now.
Team 4. Hopefully you get to feeling better soon, Ellie. Have you a wonderful night. really truck stops now. They're travel centers. All of them are.
Sir Handle FI said, Santa Rosa, New Mexico.
that just went by on the eastbound side with all the lights on it? That's it. Are you in here, buddy? Buddy got a picture of that one on one of our streams before. Cab over with the big box.
I have a load going from Missouri to Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay, gotcha.
Sir, handle FI. Send. At W at trucking booty, sir.
Yeah, that was that white cab over. Buddy posted a picture of it. He got a screenshot of it on one of our live streams before. And he actually got a good screenshot of it too.
Conquest. Send. Hey, Mac Daddy.
With it being on the opposite side of the highway like that.
Handle FI. Send. Really?
Really? It had a big old box on it, man. Cab over. Yeah, that cab over that you got the screenshot of with the big sleeper on it, he just passed us again.
Would like to apologize to everyone for the lack of streams and for being in here super busy this week running recaps.
But same as the screenshot, he's over there on the opposite side.
Daddy Beck said, hey, Brittany Conquest, Brittany.
Lord have mercy. That Daddy's got that quick voice.
Said, I'd like food with Subway gummy. Bill Philippi.
Subway food yummy.
That was a good catch, Bobby. Brittany Conquest said, how's Sir Day Mac Daddy? Sir Handle FI said, guide cell tower with 2 sets white only led to the distance. Buddy Reed said, I wish that picture could have been better.
Yeah, but that was a good picture for it being on the opposite side like that.
I know, right, Bobby? James
And moving. It was a good screenshot.
I'm pretty sure I just passed you going the other way.
Did you?
Mac Daddy
Right on, man.
said, Randy and Dandy, double AE trucking, said, how did I end up with a slow voice?
I don't know, man. I don't pick them.
Hey James, how are you doing? Brittany Conquest
I don't know how she decides who gets what.
Daddy.
ain't stopping and hanging out with us in case you next time around.
Yesterday, AA Trucking said, "Hi, Brittany." Donna Max said, "Night call." Very Simpson said, "Midday in Australia."
We got 6
Wendy
p.m.
Scott
here.
said, "Beans or no beans, we have gas." Sir Kendall FI said, "Flying quarters 50 miles ahead." Ricky
I
Conquest
don't think it's that
said,
far.
"How's our day, Tony?" Donna Max said, "That sounds good too, Andy. I think I
Might be.
must be hungry." Paul Johnson said, "Bye, Tony." Josie Mary Pilcher said, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, XX." Carl Johnson said, "I am back from eating supper. What did I miss?" "Hello,
Everything.
Andy. I had chicken last week."
Hey. What up, Josie?
Brittany Conquest said, "Hey Carl, welcome back." TXJ said, "Howdy Bobby and all.
What up?
Enjoying the ride."
What up,
Sir
TXJ?
Randall
How you doing?
FI said, 100 miles to Albuquerque now. Double
Yep.
AA Trucking said, "I finally get my 70 in position for the 8 or 9 hour recaps and they pull this load on me to where I can put in a 34. Okay, works for me."
Yeah.
Brittany Conquest
Yeah.
said, "Night call." Brittany Conquest said, "DTX, how are you doing?" Carl Johnson said, "Hi TXJ." Donna Max said, "Hey TXJ." Sir Handle FI said, "I see more FTS 370s ahead." Double AA Trucking said, "Hi Carl Johnson." TXJ said, "GC everyone, Eva doing just fine, thanks." Inspector of Gadgetry said, "Bobby, stay on Route 66 tonight in Albuquerque."
Keep going there.
Double AA Trucking said, "Bobby, how was your trip so far?" Brittany Conquest
Yeah, it's been pretty
said,
decent, man.
"That's
Pretty
the
smooth.
TX."
Can't complain. I mean, I guess I could, but I really don't have nothing to complain about.
Sir Handle FI said, "Tell the tower guy that first said hello." Brittany Conquest said, "Hey Andy, how are you doing?" And that's good. Double AA Trucking said, "I love the sunsets in the Midwest. They're so pretty and the sunrise are exceptionally beautiful. I love it." Brittany Conquest said, "Hey Inspector." Inspector of Gadgetry said, "My goodness, what a sunset."
I know, it's pretty nice, ain't it?
Bill Philippi said, "Sir Handle, who put those towers in or all them?" Buddy Reed said, "I think that complaining only reminds one of what they don't currently like." Double AA Trucking said, "Bobby, do you like running the Midwest, the West, or the East?"
I don't care. It's all the same to me.
Inspector of Gadgetry said, "Any drivers trying to break the laws of physics in front of you today?"
Been a few. That one that let us pass him, and then right when I got my rear bumper to his front
Travis
bumper,
Cat said,
he got gone.
"The rule and the exception today, Inspector."
He put his foot on it and scooted.
Sir Handle FI said, "More FTS 370s in the distance." Buddy Reed said, "I think that Bobby just prefers to have nice roads."
Yeah, I mean, I prefer what I prefer is just to have the right timing. As long as the timing's good, it don't matter. And I prefer to stay out of the snow, you know.
AA Trucking said, I like running the Midwest because he can knock down a lot of miles. The East is too crowded. The West is too mountainous and full of regulations. Midwest.
Yeah.
Perfect, that's my opinion though. Smoky said, hello TXJ. Donna Max said, that's a reasonable expectation, Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Juan Diego Santos said, Purple Rain, LOL. TXJ said, peace, Cuba. Inspector of Gadgetry said, marketing materials attracting new truckers would use this view that Bobby has. Lol.
What, man?
The rewarder said, everyone, I've been in a hurry and I think I'm a little too late and I just got my coffee made for tomorrow, so I just thought I'd see you later and I'll see you after. Zachary Gorchak said, Brittany, you get snow now, I don't need more snowball. Double A Trucking said, lately my company's been having me run the I-80 corridor. Holy crap, the wind is it like that all year round in Wyoming, Nebraska, Utah area of Idaho. Yikes.
Yeah, it is.
Said,
Always like that.
It's supposed to be after. Sir Handel F.I. said, 80% of the American population lives east of the 100th meridian. Brittany Conquest said, LOL Zach. Inspector of Gadgetry said, where's the 100th meridian located? Donna Max said, okay Deborah. Brittany Conquest said, hey Juan, how's your day? Sir Handel F.I. said, at Inspector of Gadgetry it runs across the states of North and South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Double A Trucking said, what is the 100th meridian? Sorry for asking such a silly question. I've never heard of it. Sky Prince said, I just woke up from taking a test to find out that my load was canceled but got another load heading to Boise and picking up my next load at Hana heading back to Dallas. Brittany Conquest said, hey Otto, how are you doing? Donna Max said, hi Otto.
Empty pig holler.
Sir Handel
I think
F.I.
it's pig holler.
said, the sun is slipping away. Colin Johnson said, hey Otto. Bill Philippi said, Sir Handel, and if we separate out California it really gets sparse out here. Jackson Bowling IBU said, how's your evening going? Sir Handel
Pretty good,
F.I.
Jackson. How you
said,
doing?
yes it does. Donna Max said, I saw a video the other day of them loading those cattle trucks. Pretty intense.
Temperature to get here. How you doing?
Just the ride. Carl Johnson said, WYO, everything was fun on here. Long Island Dave said, me, Rip Taylor was a hoot. Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, Bobby, when I hear the words flying corners, I think of one thing, wind. Carl Johnson said,
Wind.
Hey Sarge, me or maybe you, said, WYO, sleeping was very fun. Donna Max said, it was a beautiful day of driving. Sunset was outstanding. Sarge said, Carl saluting face,
bimbo? Did you say that out loud?
Medicated crazy. Said, your ears going to boom. WYOBT. Said, what's for dinner scuba? Sir Handle FI. Said, I heard that the new Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee will host the 2029 Super Bowl on Sunday, February 11, 2029 in Chosen. CWTRSHARK. Said, it's scuba gear. WYOBT.
Yes.
Said, Facebook
Scuba.
smiling. Me or maybe you. Said, let me wake up my partner in time and have her hit the like button. WYOBT. Said, hi in Clearwater. Scooby-Doo. Said, WYO, not thought of dinner so maybe last piece of pie. CWTRSHARK. Said, hey all.
What is Clearwater?
Sir Handle FI. Said, I see more cell towers in the distance. Donna Max. Said, I see WTR. Stephanie LC. Said, hi, 361.
Stephanie?
WYOBT.
361? Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
dessert for dinner. Bill Philippi. Said, yeah, Google was handing out pie. WYOBT. Said, yay Stephanie. Brittany Conquest. Said, KCWTR, how's your day? WYOBT. Said, I just made yummy spaghetti. Stephanie LC. Said, hi WYOBT. Donna.
Did you say something?
Brittany Conquest. Said, nice Sir Handle. Medicated crazy. Said, just had KFC. Wasn't that good at all. Sir Handle FI. Said, Lines Corners, New Mexico. WYOBT. Said, they squeezed your tongue out. I was ready. Wait this cat. Said, don't PO that. Bill Philippi. Said, was the new Richard that said Mama with AB. Paul Johnson. Said, Breaker 19 for a radio check.
Why would you park on the shoulder there?
Said, smooth.
As big as the parking lot is, Client's Corner.
Weenie available online only for my area. Bobby could open a reseller weenie business down here now.
What?
Donna Max. Said, Mike, thanks for following. Bill
Thanks for
Philippi.
following.
Said, Nimbo with AB. Richard Bishop TJ Reed. Said, hello Donna Max. Wendy's Cat. Said, West Van has a very collectible aardvark weenie. Stephanie LC. Said, is there still snow on the ground there? Scooby-Doo. Said,
I don't see any snow.
Donna Max. Said, hi Richard. Wendy's Cat. Said, I was offered $700 for it. WYOBT.
Well, we got two, man.
Just stay away from the relish sandwiches, Richard. Carl Johnson said, Steve, yesterday was Taco Tuesday. Today is Wing Wednesday. Donna Max said, right.
What's tomorrow? Through them pipes. Pretty neat.
Peter Baby Juke said, Bobby, if you're heading back out east on 40, the right lane was rough between Tucumcari and the state line. My car got beat up. Be careful if you go that way. Dedicated Crazy said,
Yeah, we'll be careful.
Thursday. Bill Vilify said, Thursday leftovers. WYOET said, take out Thursday. Buddy D said, I'm glad I'm shopping for glasses. I can't read any of the road signs. Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, yes sir Bill Vilify 10 to 4 roger that. CWTRSHARK said, well Bobby, apparently tomorrow is not beanie weenie day for me. WYOT said, that's awful ME, and orange covering eyes. Me or maybe you, said, Tofu Thursday. Scooby-Doo said, me has a car with popcorn shocks. Is that eating me? LOL. Carl Johnson said, Me's car shots were popping like popcorn. Me or maybe you said, need a new popcorn suspension. Donna Max said, Scuba, there's not a kernel of truth in that statement.
pickup truck again.
WYO. Donna Max said RLT.
It almost kind of looked like a PT Cruiser in the front. Almost, kind of.
Smiling face departs.
It's pretty neat looking.
Elizabeth M. said,
I have to look that up on the internet.
Donna, WYO, and Brittany GC.
Let's see if I can get
Bishop TJ Lee.
better view of that.
Hi to Elizabeth M.
Asked us earlier today.
Conquest said, how's her day, Elizabeth? Buddy Reed said, hello, Elizabeth. Elizabeth M. said, Richard, GC, RLT, said, I did some zippering. No way did around 600 billion pennies minted since 1970 just disappear.
I know.
Donna Max said, I couldn't tell Bobby. Martin Trejo said, I am back, Mr. Bobby. RLT said, hi Donna.
That's the same one that passed us earlier.
Said, welcome back, Martin. Bill Philippi said, they have a custom Beagle truck photo online. Martin Trejo said, just ate some sandwich for lunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Said,
if I don't forget.
RLT 78. Elizabeth M. said, howdy buddy GC. Buddy Reed said, hello RLT. WYOBT said, lol, I thought that it said Mistress Bobby. RLT said,
I thought it said
hey
what?
Richard and Buddy. Elizabeth M. said, Brittany, it's been a good day. How about you? Me or maybe you said, I passed by the VW Bug Ranch in Amarillo last week.
They was out there working on it today. Doing something to it. I don't know what that's doing, but
WYOBT said, Mistress Bobby. Brittany Conquest said, I'm good Elizabeth. Scoopadoo said, we have popcorn bugs now.
Yeah.
Said, I've been saving the wee pennies for years.
You got the rack down hoodie?
I know.
I got the Don't Feed the Bears hoodie. And then I got the rack down shirt and Don't Feed the Bears shirt.
Said, have you all checked out the new merch? Martin Trejo said, what eat for lunch and dinner, Mr. Bobby? Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, Carl Johnson answer, if you would take off those stupid glasses off, maybe you could see something. RLT said, correct me, I had an 82-year-old customer tell me she's going to save all of her pennies. I said go for it. Ricky Conquest said, hooks back to you, Martin. WYOBT
And barbecue
said,
day, Martin.
I got a couple of the new design stickers too. Ricky Conquest
Got a couple of the new stickers.
Get the Don't Feed the Bears.
Heck yeah.
Me or maybe you said, the only currency I have ever saved was the silver certificate. Ricky Conquest said, me can't wait to get my shirt that says Don't Feed the Bears. RLT said, Elizabeth the
I know,
First also saved me.
I can't wait to get mine too.
Said, Richard, I figured it had something to do with the drink in my hand. Lol. WYOBT said, nice Brittany. Ricky Conquest said, meanwhile I'm so excited to get in. Bill Philippi said, I don't see the big pennies here as often anymore. Elizabeth has them all.
Elizabeth has them all.
Said, IWYO.
What did you say you got, Brittany, that Don't Feed the Bears?
I have some $2 bills. Susan or Biscuit said, PANE, GC. Elizabeth M said, face blue smiling. Bill. Donna Max said, same scuba. WYOBT said, Susan Martans GC. Me or even you said, morning, morning, Susan. Donna Max said, hey biscuit smiling face with hard hands.
What is this
Bill
kid?
Philippi said, I do have a few wee pennies for RLT. Dedicated Crazy said, I was gifted a 5 peso Mexican coin. Neat looking coin. RLT said, you can still get $2 bills in the bank.
Yeah.
I pay with them just to watch a young kid stare at it. Susan or Biscuit said, hi Elizabeth.
What am I supposed to do with this? This counterfeit?
Bill Philippi said, lol RLT. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Mitz said, hey Bobby, I wish merch. Long Island Dave said, Scuba they give $2 bills as change at Monticello. Susan or Biscuit said, hey Bobby, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ricky Conquest said, hey RLT, how's your day? Susan or Biscuit said, hi Donna M.
You just have to go to the store,
Said, well, hello
Samuel,
there,
to see the
Susan
merch.
Biscuit. I've got a good one for you, my dear lady friend. RLT said, they all think it's fake. Elizabeth M.
Right.
said,
I would imagine that most people would, especially younger people.
Popcorn yellow stripe smile. Susan or Biscuit said, hi RLT. Ricky Conquest said, welcome back Susan. RLT said, Brit, my brain hurts thinking where all the pennies went. Susan or Biscuit said, howdy Brishard me. Donna Max said, it's fun to watch these youngsters try to figure out change. It's also kind of scary.
Yeah.
RLT said, hi Susan. Susan or Biscuit said, thanks Brit. Ricky Conquest said, I know right National
stupid.
holiday is April 1st. Elizabeth M. said, face blue smiling. RLT said, I collect star notes, just because. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, OMG high price $40 you store. Ricky Conquest
I don't price them,
said,
Samuel. The store does.
Might be my favorite day. Matt Daddy Beck said, you're just a pony or maybe you.
Store prices them. I don't put the prices on any of that merchandise. I don't put any of the prices on it.
Said, morning Matt Daddy. Truth. Medicated crazy. Said, I bounced at a gentleman's club for a bit. A dancer got a whole bunch of Bill Clinton $3 bills on stage and didn't realize till later. She was beyond ticked off.
bet.
Lol. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, okay thanks you Bobby. RLT said, that's a good one crazy. Richard Bishop TJ Booth said, Susan Biscuit, a woman at Mariano's hot food bar, says to me as I was fixing my plate, no utensil to eat with your fingers. Matt Amberstein said, what speed are you driving at? Vicky Durham
70.
said, hi Bobby.
What up, Vicky? How you doing?
WYOUT said, $40 is cheap for a hoodie nowadays. Just saying.
Yeah.
Susan Biscuit said, Richard B. That's crazy. Donna Max said, sure is. Me or maybe you said, yay, 15 minutes to Albuquerque. Smoky said, medicated, what did you do with the rest of the Bill's law? Elizabeth M. said, you're right WYO. Vicky Durham said, hi WYO. Gio said, hello all.
Hello, Jim.
Me or maybe you said, morning Gio. Susan or Biscuit said, hi Gio. Gary Watson said, yep, this is not Walmart quality. Steve Anderson said, well scuba. WYOET said, Vicky, great to see y'all. Donna Max said, Gio. Roger Z said, if Richard Bishop TJ4 a good reason to keep washing those hands. Elizabeth M. said, hello at Geo 7918 welcome to _Ragtown. Vicky Durham
Welcome.
said, hi scuba. Me or maybe you said, morning said, at YO_B_T you have another holiday coming up. Vicky Durham said, hi Rhubarb. Gary Watson said, at Richard Bishop-TJ4 Reed. Vicky Durham said, hi Roger. WYOBT said, Gary. Bill Philippi said, need to eat dinner. Later I'll take care Bobby as you head down to Albuquerque.
I do appreciate some of you hanging out with kids next time.
Hi Biscuit. Vicky Durham said, hi Gary. WYOBT said, yes, 3-day weekend here Roger. Susan or Biscuit said, Richard B. What did you say back to that woman? Brittany Conquest said, okay Bill, enjoy dinner, hope it's good. Elizabeth N. said, later Bill. Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, good evening Vicky Durham. Donna Max said, nice Bill. Roger C. said, hello at Vicky Durham 9574. And Baby U said, have a great morning Bill. All downhill to Albuquerque from here. Gary Watson said, at YO_B_T at Vicky Durham 9574. WYOBT said, Amazing Red Wyoming actually celebrates it, but happy we do, for many reasons. Susan or Biscuit said, take care Bill Hill. Megan Texas said, hi Donna. Albuquerque. Vicky Durham said, hi JHH. Susan or Biscuit said, hi JHH. Yes we do. Medicated Crazy said, get new underwear. JHHIE said, I hit 300 power of 7s aka people.
Hello, man. Congratulations.
Said, I'm good JHH.
Congratulations on the 300,
You'll see
man.
it in a few minutes, Steve. Shout me out. Said, number 384, let's go, Face blue smiling.
Yes,
Susan or Biscuit said, face blue smiling. MC. Megan Texas said, JHH for sure. Here, JHHIE. Said, hi Vicky and Susan or Biscuit. May in Texas. Said, we're nosy. JHHIE. Said, thank you Bobby. Scuba-Doo. Said, shout, let it all out. Brittany Conquest. Said, congrats JHH. Susan or Biscuit. Said, May, shout me out. Said, I've had too much monster today, ha 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 ha. Me or maybe you.
Right.
Said, shout is a ghost and stuff. JHHIE. Said, thank you Brittany. Shout me out. Said, I'm real, for reals ha 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 ha. JHHIE. Said, shout it out loud. May in Texas. Said, well Biscuit. Susan or Biscuit. Said, face blue smiling. Shout me out. Said, JHH, face blue smiling. Me or maybe you. Said, poor me, shout block me. Richard Bishop TJ Reed. Said, Susan Biscuit, I always have a fun time when you come on chat. You are like icing on a birthday cake. Shout me out. Said, Biscuit, face blue smiling. Brittany Conquest. Said, you're welcome JHH. Susan or Biscuit. Said, May. Scuba-Doo. Said, hello May GC. May in Texas. Said, congrats JHH. Shout me out. Said, what? No way, I would never. Let me check. Susan or Biscuit. Said, face blue smiling. Richard. Me or maybe you. Said, I'm gonna go cry and stuff now.
Yeah, you did. See what you done and did. You hurt me's feelings.
Susan or Biscuit. Said, no crying and me.
Ain't no crying in trucking.
Said, sure your messages are set to all messages. I couldn't see the messages either until I reset chat. May in Texas. Said, hi Scuba-Doo. Said, oh no soggy popcorn. Vicky Durham.
Soggy
Said,
popcorn.
hi May, shout me out. Said, Elon's not true, I just looked, only one name on that list you. Donna Max. Said, on the phone, I have to keep taking it from top chat to all messages to see everybody. Shout me out. Said, do you have all messages selected? May in Texas. Said, hi Vicky GC. Vicky Durham. Said, hi Donna. Susan or Biscuit. Said, yeah mine keeps switching off of all messages. So annoying. Face orange raised eyebrow. Medicated crazy. Said, am I the only one who gets excited about new underwear? Hot. Long Island Babe. Said, who's picking on me? Donna Max. Said, hi Vicky. Me or maybe you. Said, yay, I see shout. Susan or Biscuit. Said, face blue smiling. MC. WYOBT. Said, you yay. Vicky Durham. Said, hi Dave. Me or maybe you. Said, I stopped crying now. Elizabeth M. Said, 387 let's go.
387, let's go.
Scuba-Doo. Said, on computer it says top chat or live chat. Susan or Biscuit. Said, me. Good. Brittany Conquest. Said, let's go. Donna Max. Said, happy you're happy now me. Buddy Reed. Said, me. Live chat not top chat. Brandon Carstensen. Said, new socks out of the package are better I beg to differ medicated lol. Long Island Dave. Said, hi Vicky. Soup truck are not. Said, Donna mind is that after an ad, so I pause the video to chat on phone and watch on TV. RLT. Said, hey Dave. Susan or Biscuit. Said, if you're happy and you know it. Me or maybe wave to y'all as soon as we see lights of Albuquerque. Medicated crazy, said. Agreed Brandon, new socks are nice. Scuba-doo, said. A popcorn-covered bee is a happy bee. Long Island Dave, said. Evening Ron. JCB Point, said. Looks like a smooth ride.
Pretty
Rita
smooth,
Baby
man, pretty smooth.
said. Waving now. Hope you can see me on the west side.
I can see you, man. I can see you.
Said. OKME.
You're shining bright.
Handshake waving. JCB Point, said. Thank you for helping keep America going. Donna Max,
You're welcome.
said. Hey,
Thanks for stopping in and hanging
I
out.
have premium, but it does it anytime. I refresh the page and I may numbnuts and forget to change it.
Lord have mercy.
Elizabeth M. said. Hand pink waving. Beep. WYOBT. Said. Fruit Loops boxers made my son happy MCLOL. Susan O'Biscuit. Said. I see you and me. WYOBT. Said. Me. Hand pink waving. Richard Bishop TJ Reed. Said. Susan Biscuit, when I was 13 years old we were in San Diego Zoo and this seal came up to me and started barking. Witness Cat. Said. And we help keeping America going. Medicated.
You know what though?
Said.
Shout me out.
Yeah, why-o.
When you said let me go check, you didn't have to go check because if you could see me, then you know that there wasn't no block list up.
WYOBT said, numbnuts, thanks for following.
Right,
Medicated
numbnuts,
crazy
thanks for following.
Said, just had a shuddering vision of me in a seductive position in a pile of popcorn.
What?
Truck
Oh my
Arnold
God.
said, LOL Donna, I hope they're numb. Susan Biscuit said, face blue smiling. WYO. Donna Max said, LMAOBT. Long Island Dave said, lol Donna. Susan Biscuit said, face blue smiling. SUPRTRUCKR. Hiya. WYOBT said, OMG Bobby, you were right. Richard Bishop TJ Reed.
Numbnuts,
said,
thanks for following.
Susan Biscuit, yes, when I did, I barked back. That human sent him having ha 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 ha. Truck Arnott said, hi Susan people hugging. Donna Max said, sorry, it's late that one slipped out. Truck Arnott said, hi WYO people hugging smiling face with hearts. WYODT said, Super Truck R Hard Hands GC. Navigatary said, hello and good evening everyone.
Good evening, man.
Maybe you said, that's a good point Bobby. I clicked all messages and shouted here. Thanks for suggestion y'all.
Thanks for following.
Said, ha 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 Richard B. WYOBT. Said, LMAO. Here maybe you. Said, morning Soup Truck R. Witness Pat. Said, that sounds so wrong. Scooby-Doo. Said, medicated, how did that vision happen? Witness Pat. Said, hello Matt. Susan Biscuit. Said, face blue smiling. At y'all. Soup Truck R not. Said, howdy me. Medicated crazy.
Howdy,
Said,
partner.
I'm not sure Scuba. Think my medicine is wearing off. Text guy. Said, hello Bobby, how are you?
Yeah, very good, text guy. How you doing?
Said, underscore rodeo road. Capital.
For real.
Babe of Blue. Said, oh man, I didn't get a notification.
What? Some people did.
Elizabeth M. Said, underscore rodeo road. Babe of Blue. Said, YOGC people hugging hard hands. Britney Conquest. Said, hey text guy, how are you doing? Comedy drummer. Said, Susan S. Or biscuit and ride along hang.
What up, comedy
Party
jump? How
down.
you doing?
Let it roll Bobby. Susan or biscuit. Said, hiya text guy. Britney Conquest. Said, hey Babe of Blue, how you doing? Babe of Blue. Said, Susan GC people hugging hard hands. WYOBT. Said, blue hard hands, there you are. Text guy. Said, I'm good Ricky. Peter maybe you. Said, morning Babe of Blue. Susan or biscuit. Said, hiya comedy. Medicated crazy. Said, I didn't get one either Babe of Blue. Scooby-Doo. Said, Babe of Blue better late than never smiling face with hearts. Brandon Parskinson. Said, hey hey Babe of Blue. Ricky Conquest. Said, that's good text guy. Babe of Blue. Said, hiya Brittany darn
truck says 45.
Did you sleep wrong way or something, baby blue? Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, well, hello there, baby blue 806. The party could really get into high gear now. Donna Max said, Blue, you must go back and see the sunset. It was special, baby blue said. We scuba made random cutesy people hugging hard hands. Scuba-doo said, it's that hammock, baby blue. Elizabeth M said, 45, thank you. Carl Johnson said, hey baby blue, don't hang your head out of the hammock and you won't hurt your neck. LOL. Susan Erbiskin said, scuba. Brittany Conquest said, LOL Carl. Baby Blue said, no, Brittany is a complication from brain surgery. Comedy Drummer said, Clinton OK has the best Mexican restaurant right off 40. I love I-40. Memories. Eugene Cleese said, hey hello, how are you doing tonight? Good evening everybody, I am doing good tonight. Brittany Conquest said, oh okay baby blue, hope it gets better. Baby blue said, LMBO Carl. Eugene Cleese said, I gave you the thumbs up tonight. Elizabeth
Thank you, Eugene. Thank
said,
you.
have we passed the Me Bridge? WYO.
The Me Bridge is on 25 North.
Hugs for Blue. Campus Pat
We're on
said,
40.
just in 27 semi-trucks involved in wreck along icy Indiana Turnpike near Elkhart 8090 shut down.
Dang.
Buddy Reed said, hello baby blue. Did they insert one or just a partial? WYODT said, 7 more to boot. Donna Max said, hope you feel better, blue. Susan Erbiskin said, hi Eugene. Me or maybe you said, Elizabeth, the ME Bridge is on 25. Richard Bishop TJ Reed said, Carl Johnson, have you ever been to San Diego Zoo? It's a really big zoo. Baby Blue said, Donna, I sure will darn can't believe I
Welcome
was
to
at Sunset
Albuquerque.
Bobby when you stopped earlier. I was thinking you were done for the day. IOBT said, yikes Wampus, hope all is okay. Baby Blue said, haha buddy lol. Elizabeth M said, oh, thanks. Scuba-doo said, we moves the bridge around so no one finds his popcorn. WYOBT said, ABQICU, face blue smiling. Medicated crazy said, yay we made it. Donna Max said, truly, one of my favorite places on earth is Albuquerque and the area around it. Soul Dasher Joni said, I know where he is. Me or maybe you said, okay, going back inside. Done waving. WYOBT said, Joni and Panda, and pink waving.
What up, Tony?
Elizabeth M said, and pink waving. Me. Susan Erbiskin said, me too Donna. Soul Dasher Joni said, why Donna? Carl Johnson said, Richard, no I have not. My time spent in California was about 2 hours during a layover at John Wayne Airport. Baby Blue said, I heard early 140 was shut down due to a bad accident in Albuquerque.
About 2 hours ago?
Baby Blue said, lol me. Me or maybe you said, Scuba's favorite place is the popcorn factory.
The popcorn factory.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, hey Bobby, what at Hart, New Mexico?
Albuquerque, man. Albuquerque. I just said welcome to Albuquerque
Richard
just
Bishop
now.
TJ Reed said, well guys and gals got to charge this phone everyone. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.
Richard, appreciate you stopping in. Hang in
Said,
case next time
face
around.
blue smiling. Neat. RLT. Said, bye Richard. WYOBT. Said, have a great night Richard. Brittany Conquest. Said, have a good night Richard. Carl Johnson. Said, speak great Richard. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, okay thanks you Bobby 10-4. Sweet Rosa. Said, hello, I miss my ride along gang and Bobby.
What else?
Eating face. Susan or biscuit.
I've been here all
Said,
day.
take care Richard P. Baba Blue. Said, have a great night Richard. Medicated crazy. Said, good night Richard. Donna Max. Said, Jody. The geography, history, culture, good friends and memories. May in Texas. Said, good night Richard. Susan or biscuit. Said, hi Rosa. WYOBT. Said, sweet Rosa. Scoopadoo. Said, it has tequila popcorn. Red Albuquerque is in a warm heat wave almost 60 in the day.
Almost 60 during the daytime.
Baba Blue. Said, hi GOGC people hugging hard hands. WYOBT. Said, no, underscore smurfing.
That's smart.
Geo. Said, IWYO. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, Flight 397. WYOBT.
That's good.
Said, we appear to be stuck on 395.
395. Thank you.
Scoopadoo. Said, Geo, Andy must be there crop dusting. Sweet Rosa. Said, IWYOBT, Brittany, Susan, Baby Blue, and others. How are you doing tonight people hugging? Baba Blue. Said, oops sorry YO I was saying my hello to all y'all wonderful, underscore misfits. Me or maybe you. Said, did you get any snow last week Geo? Donna Max. Said, let's Geo. Susan or biscuit. Said, underscore Ragtown. Rocks. Geo. Said, yep I love it. Baba Blue. Said, hi Rosa GC. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, soon 400. Martin Trejo. Said, just chicken and meat for dinner I am eating right now.
Damn,
Martin
Troy.
Trejo.
Enjoy that dinner,
Said,
man.
and salad too.
Heck yeah.
WYOBT. Said, 3 more misfits. You can do it. Soul Dasher Joni. Said, here comes the Rio Grande. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, boom like 400 now. Scoopadoo. Said, think we'll have a PB&J for supper. WYOBT. Said, underscore boom. 400.
Boom, man. Guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen are freaking awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for over 400 thumbs up right here at the Ride One Gang. Really do appreciate it. Snip some salt from the salty crew. Butter up that popcorn. Enjoy the rest of the ride. Now we do. I love the Misfits around here. How much do we love the Misfits? The freaking budgie. Oh, go out, got it.
Freaking bunches.
Beeping up in the moon.
Freaking bunches. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, freaking bunches. Brittany Conquest. Said, freaking bunches. Carl Johnson. Said, freaking bunches. Soul Dasher Joni. Said, Winter nights.
Right.
Said, Frickin' bunches. Geo.
Frickin'
Said,
bunches.
I got a max storms last week in KRQE. Soup truck or not. Said, I'm hooked up. Bunches. Dedicated crazy. Said, Breaking bagels. Susan or biscuit. Said, hand pink waving. Me. Donna Max. Said, oh Geo. I didn't hear about it. Winter nights. Said, LMBOYO.
What up,
Susan or
Winter
biscuit.
nights?
Said, MC. Sweet Rosa. Said, a movie trailer was a jump scare. Me or maybe you.
Huh?
Said, I miss burrito.
Where's the burrito at?
Good Lord. You know you're not supposed to be driving on the highway with those lights on? Freaking moron.
I don't have to turn my headlights on. I've got a bar light in my grill.
The bearded Tuckardo said, it's not freaking bunches, it's mini lunches. WYOBT said, which one? LOL. Geo said, it was 30th last week we threw that. Winter nights said, burrito is about to come back. I'm having a hard time having a deep voice lol. Said, morning bearded, I like it.
We almost done here. We're almost done. We just...
Tell us how you really feel, Bobby.
I know,
Still
right?
smiling. Susan or biscuit said, bearded. Donna Max said, dang. The bearded Tuckardo said, I sound like some kind of chipper smurf and I am not chipper long. Soul Dasher Jody said, welcome to Albuquerque, Bobby.
Are you sure about that?
The bearded Tuckardo said, hello me, how be you?
Are you sure about that? Bearded up.
Susan or
You're not a
biscuit
chipper.
said, face blue smiling, bearded. Baby blue burrito said, darn it, did I hear almost done?
Made a good burrito.
Yeah, we... That's
Said,
ended.
LOL bearded tuck. Samuel Wilkins
Truck stops out here on this exit.
said, yeah, Bobby drive final over soon.
Yeah, here in a few minutes
said,
it is.
stopping on West Mesa tonight.
Yeah.
Brittany Conquest said, I'm glad we made it, Bobby, cause they're probably ready for sleep soon, Bobby. Soul
Pretty
Dasher Jody
soon, pretty
said,
soon.
if the taco truck is open, are you going to get some?
No.
Susan or biscuit said, yay, burrito is here. WYOBT
No, no taco
said,
tonight.
Taco truck, taco truck. Me or maybe you said, I'm still trying to wake up bearded. At least I don't have to go to work this morning. Baby blue burrito said, darn, not receiving a notification. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, you Bobby rest sleep.
Yeah.
Dill Pickle said, gee hey Bobby. Stupid
G'day.
said,
G'day, Dill Pickle.
taco burrito. Juan Diego Santos said, underscore Wakazero, baby blue burrito said, I have fried soup and GC people hugging. Brittany Conquest said, hey Bill, how are you? Dedicated crazy said, get a nice Poland glow burrito. Me or maybe you said, morning burrito, you're awesome and stuff. Brittany Conquest said, I know right, be glad you have off today. WYOBT said, how you Bill? Susan or biscuit said, burrito. Dill Pickle said, good, how about you, Brittany? Dill Pickle said, BT hello. Dill Pickle said, how are you? Baby blue burrito said, no, you don't want any burritos long. Brittany Conquest said, I'm good, Bill. Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss said, your Bobby was tired, drive full day.
I'm not
Carl
tired,
Johnson
man. I'm not
said,
tired.
Baba Blue,
Lord have
you might need
mercy.
another layer of burrito as it is going to get full. Donna Max said, green chili cheeseburger for the win. Me or maybe you said, yes, Brittany, I'll be up all morning. Baby Blue Burrito said, me, you're awesome. WYOBT said, doing great, Bill, thanks. How's your week? Martin Trejo said, high five to you, Brittany. The bearded Tuckardo said, Nikki sounding like she needs to go to the funny farm for a while long. Susan or biscuit
Yeah.
said, hi, you Bill. Martin Trejo said, high five to you, Mr. Bobby. Me or maybe you said, aw shucks burrito. WYOBT said, me is. Baby Blue Burrito. Said, not as cold as it's been the last 2 days, thank goodness. Diltigle. Said, that's good BT. Brittany Conquest. Said, high five Martin. Carl Johnson. Said, high fives. Baby Blue Burrito. Said, YO is. Brittany Conquest. Said, nicely, I've got work tomorrow and Friday and Saturday. Scooby-Doo.
Alright, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and shut this stream down right here.
Baby Blue Burrito.
Appreciate you stopping in and hanging out. And we'll catch everybody back tomorrow whenever I get a load tomorrow.
Baby Blue Burrito. Said, I'm running away from school all.
If you didn't get the thumbs up button on the way in, by all means,
everyone is awesome.
get it on the way
Said,
down.
you missed the pothole. WYO.
Barely, probably.
Said, _ Ragtown is awesome. Martin Trejo. Said, good night, Mr. Bobby.
Good night.
Samuel Wilkinson Jr. Miss. Said, I'm out by everyone, y'all. See you soon at next live.